Alright, let's go. Do one monkey type before we get started. Ooh. Hello. God damn. Okay, we'll do one more. VT. Oh my god. C one underscore CSI. C1 CSI 201. Okay, that's painfully painful. Okay. Let's go binary search. Time-based key value store. Implement a time-based key value data structure that supports sorry, I got a cough. Okay, implement a time-based key value data structure that supports storing multiple values for the same key at specified timestamps, retrieving the key's value at specified timestamp. Timestamp. Implement the timestamp class. Timestamp initializes the object. Void set stores the key with the value at the given timestamp. Returns the most recent value of key if set was previously called on it. Returns the most recent value of key if set was previously called on it, and is the most recent timestamp for that key, pref timestamp is less than or equal to the given timestamp. Pref timestamp is less than or equal to timestamp. If there are no timestamps, it returns nothing, or just an empty string. For all calls to set, the timestamps are strictly increasing order. So given a time set Alice happy 1. So Alice key happy is the value and 1 is the timestamp. Get means we can get that value. So the output is when we do get on nothing, I'm guessing. Oh no, get on Alice 1. Alice 1 we should get happy, no? Right, so we make timestamp, so that's returns null. That returns null. That returns happy. That returns happy. That returns null, and then that returns happy. I mean sad. So explanation, timestamps, new timestamp, set Alice happy 1, store the key if Alice and the happy along with timestamp equal to 1. Timestamp get Alice 1 returns happy, get Alice 2 get returns happy. There is no value stored for timestamp 2, thus we return the value of timestamp 1. Timestamp set Alice sad 3 stores the key Alice and value sad along with timestamp 3. Timestamp get Alice 3 returns sad. And nothing about this gives an O of whatever operation, so we might have to try a brute force approach first, but we'll have a think about this before we even implement. So 1 key length, value length is less than 100, value is less than equal to 100, key and value only include lowercase English letters or digits, and 1 is less than equal to timestamp, which is less than equal to 1000. How is key length? I see. Okay, alright, sure. Doesn't really matter for our case. In order to make this work, maybe we build a binary tree, right? Because I feel like that's what we got to do. Now you have to consider the cases. If you got to set something, you probably got to add to the binary tree. To add to the binary tree, why does this seem like a hash map? Not a hash map, a heap. A heap. This seems like we implement some sort of heap, if I even remember heaps correctly. So if you got some value 1, the child of that set to happy. It has to be Alice also. Alright, let's just build something, right? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna just copy this. God damn it. I won't have to rewrite every one of these. Man, I don't have to want to rewrite all of this. Fine. Fine. Ops and args of ops, but sorry, as it is. Yeah, okay, so I'm just not going to do that and just translate it myself. Obj is equal to timestamp, time map, and then obj.set, we're setting foo and bar. One obj get foo one obj get foo 3 obj set foo bar 2 4 God damn it. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. Obj get foo 4 obj get foo 5. Expected indented block, that's fine. Alright, well, the fact of the matter is, this is very confusing to me. What do I even do, you know? Ah, I see, okay. Novim actions after here. Okay. Let's have a look. Hash use.
Hey everyone, welcome back, and let's write some more neat code today. So today let's solve the problem time-based key value store. And this is one of my favorite problems, honestly, on all of Leetcode, because there's not a lot of fancy tricks involved. You can really logically, dig your way through this problem. So you can go ahead and read through this description if you want, but I'm going to go ahead and jump straight into the explanation because I think this is best understood by actually going through an example. So our whole objective here is to design a key value store. So it's kind of like a hash map. We're going to have some key value, and then we're going to have a value associated with that key. But we're actually not just going to have a single value. We're going to have a list of values, so plural. So it'll be a list, and in that list, we're going to have a pair of values. So it's not just going to be a single value. Each value is going to have a timestamp associated with it. So for an example, we could have a key value of, let's say, foo. And we would have a list of values associated with that. And one of the values, the pair of values, right? Because we're going to have a value and then a time. So the value, let's say, is going to be bar. It's a string in this case. And the timestamp associated with it, let's just say, in this case, the example, it's going to be integer. So let's just say it's 1 in this case. And then we could have a second value, right, associated with it as well. And that will have its own timestamp as well, right? So basically, it's going to be a list of values, and the values themselves are going to be pairs, a value, and then a timestamp associated with that. So it's not super complicated, but the main operations that we're going to support are actually pretty simple, just 2 operations. Actually 3 if you count the constructor. So yes, we're going to have a constructor because it's an object that we're designing, a class. And the 2 operations we want to support on this key value store are going to be set and get, which is pretty straightforward. That's what we would expect. So let's just go through this example, and I think the problem will actually make a lot of sense to you. So the first operation we have is a set operation. The key is going to be the first value, foo. The value is going to be bar, and the timestamp associated with it is going to be 1. So let's put the first value here. It's going to be bar, and the time associated with it is just 1. And now we get the second operation, get. What are we getting? We're getting the key associated with foo. And the second parameter in our get operation is actually going to be the timestamp. So when we do a get operation, normally on a hash map, we just need a key. But in this case, we need two values, the key and the timestamp, right? Because we know that for a single key, it's not enough to identify a value, right? Because there could be multiple values over here. We need the timestamp to identify the actual value. In this case, we were given a key value of foo, and we were given a timestamp of 1, right? You can see up above, yeah, it's 1. And by the way, in case I didn't mention, we're actually going to be implementing this entire key value store with a hash map. So, the keys are just going to be normal hash map keys, and the value in this hash map is going to be a list of values with, this schema, right? The list of values are going to be pairs. So when we use the key in the hash map, we're going to get a list of values, right? In this case, this list only has one pair of values. Bar is that value. And remember, we were given a timestamp of 1. So in this list, we're going to basically iterate through the list to find the pair that has a timestamp of 1. In this case, we did find it, right? It does exist. So then we can take this. And the thing I think we're returning is just the value itself. So we can return bar. And you can see up above, that's what they ended up returning for this operation. So we did our first get operation. That's great. Now let's do our second get operation. In this case, we're given this pair. We're given the key is going to be foo. So, right, we can go to the same list. And the timestamp is actually 3 in this case. But if you scan through the entire list that we have here, you can see that none of these have a timestamp of 3 associated with them. So what does that mean? Are we just going to return null in this case? No, because remember what we're doing here. We're designing a key value store based on time. So we set this value at time 1. Now it's time 3. So the way this problem wants us to handle the timing is basically if you don't find an exact match in our key value store, then just return the most recent one. So in this case, we're doing the time is 3, right? Just return the most recent one. And by recent, they mean the closest value to 3 that's less than 3. So for example, there's only a single value here, right? So in this case, we only have a single 1, and the time with that is 1. So of course, 1 is going to be the closest to 3. But what if instead we had something like 4? 4 is close to 3, but it's greater than 3, so that's not allowed. We want to find the closest timestamp.
I didn't have my stream camera on. I'll do it. I'll put it on after I go to the gym. I will be going to the gym for a bit, and then I'll come back in about 15. I'll leave for the gym in about 15, and then I'll come back in about 2 hours. Yeah.
That's less than 3. Now, if we had multiple, if we had another bar here or some other value and the time associated with that is 2, then in that case, which of these 2 would we want to return? We would want to return this one, even though the value is the exact same, but we'd want to return this one because it has a closer time to the 3. But in this case, we only had a single value, so we're just going to return bar again. And you can see in the explanation and the output, that is the correct value. So we returned bar in this case. Okay, so just cleaning up what we've already done so far, but now we're at a second set operation. The values associated with this set are, well, the key is foo, so same, slot, we're going to go over here. And the value in this case is bar 2, pretty simple. And the time associated with it is 4. So that's the timestamp, bar 2. And the time is 4. And by the way, the set operation that we're doing is always going to be a constant time operation, big O of 1, right? Because finding the key is an O of 1 operation because we're using a hash map. And then, this list of values is going to be a list. And every time we add a value to this list, we're always going to add it to the end of the list. So we can do that in big O of 1 time. So not too bad, but where things get tricky, now that we're done with the second set operation, where things get tricky is when we get to the get operation. So now we're at another get operation. The key is foo and the timestamp is 4. So we're going to go to the same slot here. And then now that we actually have more values, you're probably getting at what the bottleneck is. So in this case, the timestamp is 4. So we want to look in this list, we want to look for an exact match. And if we can't find an exact match, we want to find the closest value that's less than 4. And how exactly are we going to be doing that? If we just do a linear scan through the array, worst case, it's going to be linear time. Now that's really not that bad, but the question is, can we do any better? Well, obviously, very few algorithms are better than big O of n. One of the algorithms that's better than big O of n is binary search, which we know runs in log n time. That's definitely an improvement over big O of n, but that would require that our values are sorted. But what exactly do these values have to be sorted by? Do they have to be sorted by the value or by the timestamp? Well, since we're searching for an exact match with the timestamp, these have to be sorted by the timestamp. So again, not too bad. What are we supposed to do though? Are we supposed to sort this every single time we want to do a get operation? That's not going to make things any better, because if we have to sort, the time complexity is not going to be log n, and it's not even going to be n either. It's going to be n log n. So that's not an improvement at all. And so this is the part where we kind of have to be smart. Let's go down and read the problem carefully. If you scroll all the way down and read the fine print, you can see that all the timestamps, every time we set a value, the timestamp is going to be in increasing order, strictly in increasing order. So how does this help us? Well, basically, it means if we have a list here and every time we set a value, we just add it to the end of the list, then the list is actually going to be sorted by the timestamp by default. So it's already in sorted order. So that's why we don't have to sort it again. We actually can just run a binary search. That's really good for us. But what if you didn't really read the fine print? Well, the way this problem is set up, I think it's kind of intuitive that if you are in a real interview, the best question would be to ask, every time we set a value, is the timestamp gonna be in ascending order? Because, the way a set operation would work in real life is you would use the current time that you're setting the value. And, as most of us know, time really just flows in one direction. So it makes sense that these, the list that we're setting would already be in sorted order. But again, that's kind of why I like this question, because even if you don't read the fine print, you might think to yourself, are the set operations gonna be in sorted order? And that would be a really good question to ask in a real interview. So in this case, we would want to run binary search, which would be log n time. So that just means that the get operation, worst case, is gonna be a log n operation. And by the way, if we're looking for the key value 4, we know that it exists. So this is what we would end up returning. We would return bar 2, and you can see that's exactly what they did return in the output. So we're done with another operation. Let's cross this out and let's do our last operation, the get operation. In this case, the key is foo. So again, over here, and the timestamp is 5. So again, we're going to run binary search, right? We're looking for an exact match of 5. And if we can't find the 5, what's the closest thing that we can get that's less than 5? Well, in this case, it's 4. So the value of that is bar 2. So again, we'd return bar 2. So that's kind of what I wanted to cover with this problem. Of course, we just had a single key, but this problem wouldn't be much different if we had a second key or multiple keys. So I think we can actually go into the code now and see how we can implement this binary search solution. Okay, so now
Okay, I think I know how to do this anyway. It's fine. Timestamp is greater than or equal to key. Oh, sorry. Timestamp is greater than or equal to the largest value in the store for that key. -1. Second position or first position, first index. If this is greater than that, then you return that value. -1, 1. -1, 0. And that's the value, right? And then else. And then otherwise, if it's not, it doesn't really matter. So you can not include the else if you don't want. And you do a binary search on the timestamps. So list, maybe we'll just call it values. Self.store key. And so those are the values to be searched. You want to return something. So maybe the value is equal to currently nothing, or it originates to null. It really doesn't matter. What does it? Yes, it does. Okay, this is assuming quite a lot. Let's do another if statement. Whoops. Whoops. Yo. Tap, tap. Okay. Now you can do a linear search. Well, let's do a linear search for the time being, right? I know that won't work. Maybe it won't, but we'll see. For I in range of value, len of values, values 1, sorry. Right, because this is the timestamp value. If this timestamp value is equal to timestamp, return the value. Or we'll just set the value, alright? We'll set the value and then return the actual value next. And then we can break here. Anyway. Value is equal to now this would work, I think, as is GG down VG. Ooh. I should have done 22G. I can still go up. Yank. GG. VG. Paste. No, there's no pasting utility. What? Here we go. This will work for half of it. Okay, it didn't work for some of it. Starts with value, key store, return self-store key -10, key dot append the value timestamp. Let's try and figure this out for a second. Value key not in self-store. Timestamp set. Alright. I'm gonna have to get ready to go to the gym. I'll come back and finish this off. So yeah, in the time being, I'll be right back. I'll put on some lo-fi. Whoops, that's not what I want.
Description if you want, but and in the
Had to have a shower, had to go to gym, had to also do the laundry. So I'm back now after all that, and hopefully should get uninterrupted deep work from now on. So I just clear the table a little bit from my own dandruff and my own dead skin. Okay. Epic. I'm still a little sick, so if you hear me coughing, I'm sorry. It might even be like astronomically loud, so just care. And yeah, there's going to be noise in the background as well, a little bit. Okay, for now, we're trying to find out why this didn't work. 3 worked, 1 and 2 didn't. 1 was $10, 2 was $20. Get 15, get 25, get 35. 15, 25, 35. I see. Can't really do this in a let's see. Probably don't need this. Probably don't need that. I gotta re-include the if statement. That's alright. Something, right? Pretty sure. Len. Minus 1. Minus 1. Well, self-store key. Yeah. Well, L is less than R. Yeah, so less than or equal to. I'm gonna try it that way. Or L is less than R. We'll keep it that way, maybe. If the key zeroth iteration zero or one, if it's zero, that's the value. You know, it's in increasing order. If self-store key 0 is equal to if self-store key 0, okay, it has to be key 1, key 1, yeah, key 1. It's greater than timestamp. If timestamp, then if that's the case, L has to be incremented, and this key value has to be the midpoint. M is equal to L plus R minus L div 2. And L is M plus equal L plus 1. And yeah, if that's greater than the timestamp, is that right? Let's see. So if that number is greater than the timestamp, you want to move the right to the mid. Alright. Else, if self-store key M1 is less than timestamp, L is equal to M plus 1. Else return so else, if it's equal to then you return M, or you return self-store key M and you return the value of that. which is 0. The issue is when you don't have a number there. So, for example, if you have 10, 1, you'll get test 10 or get test 15. You'd have to round down to the latest timestamp. And if there's, you round down to the latest timestamp only when so you don't have so you have a timestamp, you have a value. Let's try these setting these values. So set. You got 1, 2, and 3. Alright, let's quickly just show this. 1. It's 1 and 10. 2 and 20. 3 and 30. 1 and 10. 2 and 23 and 30. You got L. You got R. So 2 minus 1, or 2 minus 0 so 2 minus 0 is 2, div 2 is 1, so L 0 plus 1 is 1, M is going to be here. Now our query is 15, so the timestamp of 15 is 20 greater than 15. If that is true, so you move the right to M minus 1, which means R and L are the exact same. And in this case you would return the right number. So if that's the case, you return the right. Is that the case? Well, you do all that. Maybe. Alright, so that's one example. The example that I have for this one is set foo bar yeah, I mean that's fine. I think that wouldn't even consider 21 G yank Drovey. Index out of range, fair enough. Thought it would be a stretch. Alright, input of key 1, value 1. Null null value 1 value 1 value 1. Oh yeah, okay. I mean, if it doesn't exist, you shouldn't even bother, right? Alright, let's see how this goes.
Structure is just a...
Wait, no, don't look at that yet. Already see. Get rid of that one. We'll have a look at the implementation, how they did it.
Initialize our store. Like I mentioned, it's just going to be a pretty simple hash map where the key value is going to end up being a string, and the value of the hash map is going to be a list of lists. So a list of pairs, really, but what we're actually going to be using to implement that pair is going to be, yes, another sublist, and the values of that sublist are going to represent the value itself, which is going to be a string, and the second is going to be the timestamp. And yeah, just to kind of condense this, basically we're going to have a key. That key is going to be mapped to a list of pairs. Okay, so now let's get into the set operation because it's a little bit more simple than the get operation. The way I'm going to do this is first just check. So of course we're inserting something based on this key value, based on this key, and based on this value, based on this timestamp. So this is going to be that pair of value timestamp, and this is just going to be the key of the hash map. First of all, we want to know, does this key even exist in our store? And if it doesn't exist in our store, first thing we want to do is just, insert it into the store and, set it to, let's say, an empty list. So put this key and just set it to an empty list. You probably don't need to do this line. We could just use a default dictionary if we really wanted to, but I don't want to abuse Python too much because I think sometimes it makes things too easy. And this would kind of be, I assume this is what you would want to do if you were doing this in Java or C++ or something like that. Yeah, so after we have, we know that for sure we have an empty list there, then all we want to do is to that list, append a value to it, right? Append to the end of the list, a pair of values, the value itself, and the timestamp associated with it. And that's really it, right? The set operation is pretty straightforward in this case, but the get operation is where things are going to get a little bit tricky. So first I'm just going to initialize the result. Initially, it's just going to be an empty string. And the reason I'm doing this is because if this key doesn't even exist in the store itself, then this is what they want us to return. They just want us to return an empty string. That's why I'm initializing it this way. And the next thing we want to do is actually check what that list of values actually is. So let's go to our store and run the get operation. The reason I'm using the get is because if we find a match, it'll return that list. If it doesn't find a match with this key, by default, we can tell it to just return an empty list. Yeah, so this is our list of values. And now is when we actually want to run the binary search. And then after we run the binary search, we're going to end up returning whatever the result happens to be. As you may know, binary search has usually 2 pointers, a left and right pointer. I have solved a variety of binary search problems on this channel. I even have a binary search playlist if you want to practice. But yeah, so let's set the left and let's get the length of the array. -1 is going to be our right pointer. And basically, while the left pointer hasn't crossed the right pointer, we are going to run the binary search. Actually, it should be equal if we want to make sure to get the last value. But yeah, so we have a left and right pointer, and usually we want to look at the middle value. So we can just take left plus right, divide it by 2. In Python, integer division, you need 2 slashes to do that. Otherwise, it does decimal division. And then we just want to know, did we find the result or not? Well, if we found it, let's check in our values at index m, and we know this is going to be a pair of values. We want to look at the timestamp, which is the second value up above, right? You can see even in the comments, we said that the second value is the timestamp, so we can go to index 1. If this is equal to the timestamp that we're searching for, which was an input parameter to this function called timestamp, actually, instead of an exact match, let's first check if it's less than the timestamp, less than or even equal to the timestamp, because in that case, we know that it's a valid value. Because remember, the else case from this is completely different than this one, right? If it's equal to the timestamp or less than the timestamp, that's completely fine. But if it's greater than the timestamp, that value is not allowed. So we are going to be handling these two cases a little bit differently. So with most binary search, if we know that this is less than the timestamp, what would we want to do? We would want to say, and the way we'd want to update the pointer is to set left equal to mid plus 1, because we want to search to the right portion if it was less than the result. But before we do that even, we want to say the result so far at this point, right? Since this is a valid value and this is the closest value we have seen so far, we are going to set the result equal to values, basically the value at index m. And then, this is going to be index 0, right? Because this is the closest we have seen so far. That's how this binary search is going to work. This is the closest we've seen so far. Now let's go to the next iteration of the loop and then see if we got any closer to the result. But the else case is going to be, the else case is going to be the opposite. Here, all we're going to do is update the pointer if the value
else. What am I? Let's go.
value was too big, it was greater than the timestamp, which is what the else case is, we would want to update the right pointer, set it to mid -1, and then that's just how we're going to be searching. But we're not going to assign the result here because this is an invalid value. We cannot assign it to the result. Technically, this isn't as optimized as it could be because, in this equals, in the first case, if we even find the exact match to the timestamp, we're not even returning, right? We're still continuing the binary search, which is kind of suboptimal, but it doesn't change the overall time complexity. It's still log n, and in this case, I kind of prefer the concise code, so I'm going to leave it as it is because we are actually done with the function. After, this binary search is over, we're going to go ahead and return the result, whether it's an empty string or whether we actually found the correct value, the closest value to that timestamp. That's the entire code. Let's run it to make sure that it works. And as you can see,
是什么？好，谢谢。Go。Greater than timestamp. Okay. M 1 0. That would do it, but that was all it took, I think. Let me think. What's an equal to? Is that not breakable? You break it. If it's exactly equal, it breaks. I think I don't understand how we got this one. So res is equal to self-store key m0 because its value was less than the timestamp there. And if it wasn't the timestamp, there's 2 timestamps before that. Okay. What did I remove? Okay. Alright, that worked. Okay. Biggest difference, a 2-line change. Biggest difference was in 2 lines. I guess that's a thing to make note of. Gotta write it down. I gotta write it down. Disconnect that. Okay, here we go. Obsidian. I'm just typing out a new note. It's called time-based key value store. Alright, and binary search. Sorted, I suppose. Can't say I know what's next to put there. Okay. 2 pointers, I guess. 2 pointers. Yeah, it's a 2-pointer problem. Okay. We're good. Alright, that's done there. Close that. Put it to the side. Alright, be right back. Gonna eat lunch. I'm back again. Now we'll fix this one. Hmm. No, this is normal. View block. Yank. Insert. Insert. Nope. Need to add this. Insert. Control C. Control O V. Right. Right. Close that. Alright. So that question is done. Now let me get commit. Control Z. Get add. Get status actually. Yeah, get add. Get commit. Complete question. This was a binary search question. Okay, get push. Clear, okay. Could exit or what is there? Scheduler. Or I go back to top. Okay. Get pull. Okay. Recipes. Lasagna. Okay. I'll finish this assignment. Okay. Okay. Another HTML. Doc type. HTML. HTML tag. Finishing. Closing tag for HTML. You got the head and the meta. Sorry, the head and the body. In the head, we can include meta tag with char set UTF-8. UTF-8 -8. And closing. This is a meta tag. A meta tag is a self-closing tag followed by a title, which we can just write hello world, why not? Oh, lasagna. Lasagne. Alright, and then that's the head. We got to do the body. Before that, I think HTML has a lang. Equals Ian. Double check that. HTML boilerplate. Yeah, HTML lang in. Okay. Fill out the usual boilerplate and add each one element Odin recipes to the body. And we also got to have H1 for the lasagna. Lasagna. All right, and index.html, we will have a href to lasagna recipes, lasagna HTML. All right, And this is a recipe title. Text of the link should be the recipe name. Okay, let's have a look at this page. There was a command they used, explore exe HTML or index HTML. And go back, shift forward, shift back. Okay. Recipe page content. Your new recipe page should have the following content. Okay, sure. All recipes, lasagna. Add 2 or more recipes with identical page structures to the recipe page you already created. Don't forget to link to the new recipes on the index page. Also consider putting all the links in an unordered list so they aren't all on one line. You can add more. Okay. Lasagna. Okay, so going back to, let me go back there, just close this, I'll undo, just close this, yep. Should have an appropriately sized description heading followed by a paragraph or 2 describing the recipe. Okay, H2 maybe. Of the food. Yo. Yo. No. Alright, we'll just do that then. Right. Yeah, okay. We'll just keep that then. What? Man, I keep on hitting enter when I need to just do a space. Why does that go on a new line? $20 ago. Maybe it doesn't matter, right? Because if I open the page, yep. Right, and what else was it that we need? Under the image, it should have an appropriately sized description, heading followed by a paragraph or two describing the recipe. Okay, well, the image is just going to be an src. I'm going to have to write that as image. Oh, not image. Yeah, image. Right? No. Image. Wait, what does it say here? Image. Element. Represents an image? I think so. Yeah, I think that's the one. Okay. Oh, image doesn't need a closing tag. Okay. Yeah, that's right. I forgot. src. I had it in my clipboard, but I don't think I have it anymore. Copy image link. Control Shift V. Okay, so that's the image. Let's open up the page again, just have a look. Yay. Alright, well, this is gonna be a little bit tedious. So we also need put a H2 of ingredients unordered list, L item, cheese, what else? What else? Pastry. Nope, that wasn't what I wanted. Okay, and then we need another one for steps. Ordered list. Make food, eat food. Probably. Okay, interesting. There's something wrong. Alright. Sure. And we can have a look at this again. Ingredients. Steps. Okay. It's no problem. Okay, what else? What else needs to be done? Oh man, I just closed the one tab that I needed. Control Shift T. add more recipes. So I need more than one recipe here. GGVG. I'm just gonna be lazy. I don't know if this works. It's not a directory. It's not a directory. Okay, makes sense. I think I noticed that this doesn't work, but this will. And we'll do it again. No. Internet. What? And let's go back to the index file. Yank. Oops. Shift V. Yank. Paste. Except we call this lasagna 2. Why not? And call this 1. And we just show that again. Control Z. Control Shift T. Okay. Viewing your project on GitHub, on the web. Yeah, why not? Done. Introduction to CSS. I do need to read this. CSS foundations, Flexbox, JavaScript basics. Okay, so just about halfway. Intro to CSS. Okay. I should go through this first. Okay. Lesson overview. This section contains a general overview of topics. Add styles to HTML with CSS. Understand how to use class and ID attributes. And add styles to specific elements using the correct selectors. Basic syntax. At the most basic level, CSS is made up of various rules. These rules are made up of a selector. More on this in a bit. And a semicolon separated list of declarations. Declarations with each of these declarations being made up of a property value pair. Declarations, property value, selector. I'm gonna have to write this down. Declarations. Unless declarations isn't really as important. Okay, so a div is one of the basic HTML elements. It is an empty container. In general, it is best to use other tags such as h1 or p for content in your projects, but as we learn more about CSS, you'll find that there are many cases where the things you need is just a container for other elements. Many of our exercises use plain div for simplicity. Later lessons will go into much more depth about when it is appropriate to use the various HTML elements. Selectors refer to the HTML elements to which CSS rules apply. They are what is actually being selected. For each rule. The following subsections don't cover every selector available, but they're by far the most common and the ones you should get comfortable with using first. Universal selector. I see the universal selector. Okay. Will select elements of any type, hence the name universal, and the syntax for it is purple asterisk. Is a simple asterisk. In the example below, every element should have a color. Every element would have a color purple styled applied to it. Okay, so if I look at my other project, apply border, any bodies you apply BG background, text foreground. Yep. Type selectors. Element selector will select all elements of a given element type. And the syntax is just the same. It's just the name of the element. Here, all three div elements would be selected, while the p element wouldn't. Class selectors. Class selectors will select all elements with a given class, which is just an attribute you place on the HTML element. Here's how you add a class to the HTML tag and select it in CSS. Alert text. Class alert text. Dark. So there would be a dark class attached to each one of these. So does that mean, is that how it works for, say, as an example, if I open up calendar component, right, so I open this up, and the calendar header, text foreground. If I just change this, to dark, right, and then what I do is have a terminal, npm run dev, so npm, no, docker compose up d, I need docker open first. Okay, that's going to start up. We go into the front end. We're going to go npm nvm use npm run dev, and we can just go to this link. Should be able to log in as well. Yo, what's wrong here? Oh, the index.html file might be messed up. Right. Could open up a new terminal, maybe. Get status. Okay. Get reset index HTML. Is it reset? No. Get revert. Wait, get status. Let me just do get status again. Get restore. Get restore. Okay. I see. Okay. Good. I see. I understand. Tab through. So let's get rid of that. Whoops. There we go. Okay. Yeah. We're good. Okay. It's good. Back to the page that we wanted to go to. Alright, and I want to also go back to index.html. I mean index.css. Okay, that means I can just add my own CSS kind of now, since I know how it works a bit. Alright. So those were type selectors, universal selector, class selectors. So universal, so those were, that's a universal selector, that was a type selector, and that was a class selector. Note the syntax of the class selector, a period immediately followed by the case-sensitive value of the class attribute. Classes aren't required to be specific to a particular element, so you can use the same class on as many elements as you want. Another thing you can do with the class attribute is to add multiple classes to a single element in a space-separated list. Since white space is used to separate class names like this, you should never use spaces for white multi-worded names and should use a hyphen instead. ID selectors are similar to class selectors. They select an element with a given ID, which is another attribute you place on an HTML element. The major difference between class and IDs is that an element can only have one ID. It cannot be repeated on a single page and should not contain any white space. So by a number title, right, which in my CSS file, we don't have any of that. From my understanding, yeah, no. Okay, and for IDs, instead of a period, we use a hashtag followed by the case sensitive. So before was a period, yeah. Case sensitive value of the ID value. A common pitfall is people overusing the ID attribute when they don't necessarily need to and when classes will suffice. While there are cases where using an ID makes sense or is needed, such as taking advantage of specificity or having links redirect to a section on the current page, you should use ID sparingly if at all. The grouping selector. What if we have two groups of elements that share some of their style declarations? Right, both the read and unread selectors share the color white and their class selectors and background color black declarations, but otherwise have several of their own unique declarations. Comma separated list, I see. Both of the examples above, with and without grouping, will have the same result, but the second example reduces the repetition of declarations and makes it easier to edit either the color or background color for both classes at once. Chaining selectors. I'm going to get some water first, I'll come back. Look who it is. Ali Han. Ali Han. I'm still hoping I pronounce your name right there. Welcome back. Okay. Let's see. Chaining selectors. Another way to use selectors is to chain them. As a list without any separation. Property value? Yeah, property value. Chaining selectors. So another way to use selectors is to chain them as a list without any separation. As a list without any separation. Let's say we had the following HTML. Subsection header. Subsection preview. We have two elements with the subsection class that have some sort of unique styles, but what if we want to apply a separate rule for the element to the elements that also has header as a second class? Well, we could chain both the classes together in our CSS like .subsection.header, the color red. What .subsection.header does is it selects an element that has both the subsection and header classes. Notice how there isn't any space between the .subsection and .header class selectors. This syntax basically works for chaining any combination of selectors except for chaining more than one type selector. This can also be used to chain a class and an ID as shown below. Okay. Damn, I didn't know. So this is called chaining selectors, I think. Is it chaining selectors? Yeah, chaining selectors. Chaining selectors, damn. This is where a preview post might go. Do we have chaining selectors at all in our code? No. In general, you can't chain more than one type selector, since the element can't be two different types at once. For example, chaining two type selectors, div and p, would give us the selector div p, which wouldn't work. Since the selector would try to find the literal div p element which doesn't exist. Interesting. How does that work? Sure. Descendant combinator. Gotta stop touching my hair. Descendant combinator. So combinators allow us. Okay, hold on. A descendant combinator. So we got a chaining selector, and now we're talking about descendant combinator. Combinators allow us to combine multiple selectors differently than either grouping or chaining them, as they show a relationship between the selectors. There are 4 types of combinators in total, but for right now, we're going to only show you the descendant combinator. there are 4 types of combinators, but we're only going to show you the descendant, which is represented in CSS by a single space between selectors. A single space between selectors. A descendant combinator will only cause elements that match the last selector to be selected if they also have an ancestor, parent, grandparent, that matches the previous selector. Interesting. So something like ancestor child would select an element with the class child if an ancestor with the class ancestor. Another way to think of this is that child will only be selected if it is nested inside an ancestor. Fair enough. Regardless of how deep that nesting is, take a quick look at the example below and see if you can tell which elements would be selected based on the CSS rule provided. So ancestor contents, ancestor contents. So B gets selected, C gets selected. Hello Alihan. Nice to have you on stream. Okay, so C will get selected, B will get selected, D won't get selected. In the above example, the first 2 elements, B and C, would be selected, but the element D wouldn't be. There really is no limit to how many combinators you can add to the rule, so 1, 2, 3, 4 would be totally valid. This would just select an element that has a class of 4, if it has an ancestor with a class of 3, and if the ancestor has 1 ancestor with a class of 2. Oh, okay, so there really is no limit to how many combinators you can add. So 1, 2, 3, 4 would totally be valid. This would just select an element that has a class of 4 if it has an ancestor with a class of 3, and if it has an ancestor with its own ancestor with a class of 2, and so on. You generally want to avoid trying to select elements that need this level of nesting, though, as it can get pretty confusing and long, and it can cause issues when it comes to specificity. Okay, properties to get started with. There are some CSS properties that you're going to be using all the time, or at the very least, more often than not. We're going to introduce you to several of these properties, though this is no means a complete list. Learning the following properties will be enough to help you get started. Color and background color. The color properties set an element's color, or background color. Hold on, so color property, text color. There's a car coming by. Someone's car has a big subwoofer. Okay. Text RGB HSL. Okay, so what background color sets the background color of an element. I guess we're done here. Almost. Both of these properties can accept one of the several kinds of values. A common one is a keyword, such as actual color named like red or the transparent keyword. They also accept hex, RGB, and HSL values, which you may be familiar with if you have ever used a Photoshop program or a site where you could customize your profile colors. So a P with a hex example, with a RGB example, and with a HSL example. So everything for me right now in my current file is in HSL. It seems as if. The thing that I am, I guess, wondering is, we got lots of HSL values here. I feel like there would be another area, FA, word, dash F, word, oh, dash F, word, okay, and we're looking for HSL. HSL var border, right? Border input ring background foreground primary foreground secondary foreground destructive. Okay, well, why does it look to me like why are each of these actually like that? And what's var? What is var here? Yeah, something to think about. Something to think about. Accordion down, accordion up, border radius, animation, accordion down, accordion up. Interesting. We'll go back. Okay. Take a quick look at CSS legal color values. To see how you can adjust the opacity of these colors by adding an alpha value. Typography, basics, and text align. Okay. Adding CSS to HTML. Right. Internal CSS, inline CSS. And we got an assignment already. Okay. Oh, project, right. This project is different from an assignment. Okay. Let's take a look at specialties. Okay. Colors in CSS can be specified with the following methods. Any one of these. Okay, hexadecimal color. Red, green, blue. Kind of makes sense. So hexadecimal colors with transparency. At 2 digits between 0 and FF. At 2 digits between 0, 0 and FF. RGB colors. Red, green, blue. RGBA colors. It's the alpha channel. HSL colors. Hue, saturation, and lightness. And represents a cylindrical coordinate representation of colors. A HSL color value is specified with the HSL function, which has the following syntax. Hue, duration, lightness. hue, duration, saturation, lightness. Hue is a degree of the color wheel from 0 to 360, or 360 is red, 120 is green, 240 is blue. Saturation is a percentage value. 0 means a shade of grey, and 100% means 100% is the full color. Lightness is also a percentage. 0 is black, 100% is white. Damn. Looking at these values, they also do, I see a pattern within them. I do see a pattern within them. Like, they're not just random values, you know? A lot of them have 222.2, 217.2, 212.7. Yeah, all of these differences, but hue, saturation, and lightness. Sure. HSLA colors. HSLA with an opacity. Right, so HSLA, HSL, RGBA, RGB, hexadecimal colors with transparency, and hexadecimal colors themselves. Predefined cross-browser color names. The current color keyword. The current color keyword keeps the value of the current property, the color property of an element. The border color of the following div element will be blue because the text color of the div element is blue. I see. Okay. One full page. Okay. Typography basics and text align. Font family can be a single value of a common comma separated list of values that determines what font an element uses. Each font will fall in one of two categories, either a font family name like Times New Roman, or we use quotes due to the white space being words, or a generic family name like serif. Generic family names never use quotes. So font family and generic family. If a browser cannot find or does not support the first font in a list, it will use the next one, then the next one, and so on until it finds a supported and valid font. This is why it's best practice to include a list of values for this property, starting with a font you want to be used most, and ending with a generic font family as a fallback. This is font family. Okay, is that similar to Tailwind CSS? Extend font family sans intervar default font family sans. Move this out the way a little bit. Okay. Alright. Typography basics and text align. Font family can be a single value or a comma-separated list of values that determine what font an element uses. Each font will fall into one of two categories, either a font family name or a generic family name. If a browser cannot find or does not support the first font in a list, it will use the next one, then the next one, and so on until it finds a supported and valid font. This is why it's best practice to include a list of values for the properties, starting with the font you want to be used most and ending with the generic font family as a fallback. Font size will, as the property name suggests, set the size of the font. When given a value of this to this property, the value should not contain any white spaces. Has no space between 22px. Font weight affects the boldness of text, assuming the font supports the specified weight. This value can be a keyword or a number between 1 and 100, 1000, e.g. 700, the equivalent of bold. Usually the numeric values will be increments of 100 up to 900, though this will depend on the font. Text align will align text horizontally within an element, and you can use the common keywords you may have come across in word processors as the value for this property. Will align text horizontally. Image height and width. Images aren't the only elements that we can adjust our height and width on, but we want to focus on them specifically in this case. By default, an image element's height and width values will be the same as the actual image file's height and width. If you want to adjust the size of the image without causing it to lose its proportions, you will use a value of auto for the height, probably an adjust the width value. I see. For example, if an image's original size was 500 pixels, and 1000 pixels width, use the above CSS would result in a height of 250 pixels in height. Makes sense. These properties work in conjunction with the height and width attributes in the HTML. It's best to include both of these properties and the HTML attributes for image elements. Even if you don't plan on adjusting the values of the image file's original ones. When these values aren't included, if an image takes longer to load than the rest of the page contents, it won't take up the space of the page at first, but it will suddenly cause a drastic shift of the other page's contents once it does load in. Explicitly stating a height and width prevents this from happening, as spaces will be reserved on a page and appear blank until the image loads. Adding CSS to HTML. Now that we've learned some basic syntax, you might be wondering, how do you add all this CSS to HTML. There are 3 methods to do this. External CSS is the most common method you will come across, and it involves creating a separate file from the CSS and linking it inside of a HTML's opening and closing head tags with a self-closing link element. Style sheet styles.css. First, we add a self-closing link inside of the opening and closing head of the HTML file. The href attribute is the location of the CSS file, either an absolute URL or what you'll be utilizing, a URL relative to the location of the HTML file. In our example above, we are assuming both files are located in the same directory. The rel attribute is required and it specifies the relationship between the HTML file and the linked file. In this case, it is a style sheet. So this then inside of the newly created styles.css file, we have the selector, the div and p. Right, div and p, yeah, in styles.css. Followed by a pair of opening and closing curly braces, which create a declaration block. Finally, we place any declarations inside of the declaration block. Color white is one declaration, while color being the property and white being the value, and background color black is another declaration. A note on this file names. Styles.css is just what we went with as the file name here. You can name the file whatever you want as long as the file is a .css. Though style or styles is most commonly used. A couple of the pros to this method are it keeps our HTML and CSS separated, which results in the HTML file being smaller and making things look cleaner. We only need to edit the CSS in one place, which is especially handy for websites with many pages that all share similar styles. Internal CSS, or embedded CSS, involves adding the CSS within the HTML file itself, instead of creating a completely separate file. With the internal method, you place all the rules inside of a pair of opening and closing style tags. Which are then placed inside of the opening and closing head tags of the HTML file. Since the styles are being placed directly inside the head tags, we no longer need a link element that the external method requires. Besides these differences, the syntax is exactly the same as the external method. Select curly braces declarations. This method can be used for adding unique styles to a single page of a website, but it doesn't keep things separate like the external method. And depending on how many rules and declarations there are, it can cause the HTML file to get pretty big. Inline CSS makes it possible to add styles directly to HTML elements, though this method isn't as recommended. Yeah, inline CSS. So color white, background color black. The first thing to note is that we don't actually use any selectors here, since the styles are being added directly to the opening div tag itself. Selecting next, we have style attribute with its value within the pair of quotation marks. If you need to add a unique style for a single element, this method can work just fine. Generally, though, this isn't exactly a recommended way for adding CSS to HTML. For a few reasons, it can quickly become very messy once you start adding a lot of declarations to a single HTML, causing your HTML file to become unnecessarily bloated. If you want many elements to have the same style, you would have to copy and paste the same style to each individual element, causing a lot of unnecessary repetition and more bloat. Any inline CSS will override the other two methods, which can cause unexpected results. While we don't dive into it here, this can actually be taken advantage of. Go to our CSS exercises repository and read the README. Then once you know how to use the exercises, navigate to the Foundations directory. Review each README file prior to completing the following exercises in order. Note, solutions to these exercises can be found in the solutions folder in each exercise. Knowledge check. Alright. Alright. Let me just go through this knowledge check real quick before I even do the assignment. So the following questions are an opportunity. What is the syntax for class and ID selectors? The syntax for class selectors is using a period before the word, and then ID is to use a hashtag before the word. How would you apply a single rule to two different selectors? You would group them together by doing a selector with by creating a selector with a comma between the two different selectors that you want to merge to a single one. So basically should be there, yeah, so dot read colon dot unread. Okay, and then we also have, given an element that has an ID of title and a class of primary, how would you use both attributes for a single rule? How would you use both attributes for a single rule? Dot title. Sorry, a hash title and a dot primary, I think. Yeah, okay. Yep. Sure, GG. Okay, what does the descendant combinator do? Helps to like regex match on. It's not reg. It's not. It's kind of like a regex match on the class structures, the parents and the childs. No. Nah. With names of the 3 ways to add CSS and HTML to HTML. So external, internal, and external, internal, and inline. I think. External, internal, inline. What are the main differences between the 3 ways of adding CSS to HTML? Well, It's pretty obvious. Inline. Okay, differences between the three ways. Okay. For adding CSS inline, it's just adding a style tag. For adding CSS in file or internal is to include a style tag rather than a style prop into the head of the HTML. And then an external CSS file or external, internal, inline. So a external style sheet is going to be imported as as a link with a href of with a rel of style sheet and an href of the file, the actual CSS file, the style.css file. Yeah. And then additional resources. This section contains helpful blah blah blah. Okay, CSS values and units. Types of values possible in absolute or relative terms. Sure. It's a lot. Okay, and an interactive scrim which covers much of the material in an interactive form. Intro to CSS.
Today I'm going to be introducing you to the fundamentals of CSS. Previously you learned how to write HTML that describes how a web page is structured.
Oh, this is. Hold on. Let me put on some headphones.
Today I'm going to be introducing you to the fundamentals of CSS. Previously you learned how to write HTML that describes how a web page is structured, and now you get to give it some style. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. The focus of this lesson will be on CSS syntax and selectors. You'll be learning about the power of the cascade in an upcoming lesson. So let's begin with our first style here. When we group styles like this together, it's known as a rule set or rule. Each CSS rule is composed of 3 parts. The selector here, this is the piece of HTML you want to attach the style to. The property here, which is the characteristic that you'd like to update, and the value here, which is what you are updating the property to become. In this rule, we're grabbing all divs with a class of bold text and setting the font weight of everything contained within them to 700. Font weight also takes keywords, so we could use the value bold here instead. Together, the property value pair is called a declaration, and we can add a number of these to the rule. For example, we could add a color to the text inside this div, and we could add a height to the div. You'll notice that each declaration is separated by a semicolon. Now we have a handle on the basic syntax. Let's take a closer look at selectors. I have a page here that contains a number of elements, which together we're going to style. We have divs, images, heading levels 1 and 2, list items, sections, and even links. And we can see that they all come together in our page which we can view here in our mini browser. The first selector we're going to use is the universal selector, which selects everything on the page, and we call this by typing an asterisk. Here we're going to set the line height to 1.5. The next selector we're going to use is the type selector, which will select all elements of the given element type. We're going to use it on the body element like so. And we're going to change the font family. Now if we save that and we load our mini browser, you can see that those changes have taken effect. The line height has given our text a little more breathing room. At this point, I want to let you know that this screencast is interactive. So if you pause now, you can edit the code directly here. Then press Run in the top right to view your changes in the mini browser. Now I'd like you to practice your CSS skills by using the type selector to add in rules for the following. I want you to set the image width to 200 pixels, the list style of the UL element to none, and add a dark red color to the H1. If you don't know how to set the list style, just Google it. Once you've done this challenge, press play and I'll take you through my solution. Okay, go ahead and see if you can make those changes. I hope you enjoyed using your newly acquired CSS powers to style this page. Let's work through them together. First, we're going to use the type selector to grab our image on the page, and we're going to give this a width. Next, we're going to set the list style of our UL to none, and we use the property list style and we set none. Then we're going to add a color of dark red to our heading. Here I've used a keyword, but you could have used a hex value if you prefer. We'll save those changes, and then if we load in the mini browser, we can see that our heading has a dark red color. The bullets on our list have disappeared, and our image is now much smaller at 200 pixels. The next selector we're going to look at is one you'll find yourself writing again and again. It's the class selector. A CSS class is an attribute used to define a group of HTML elements in order to apply unique styling and formatting to those elements with CSS. We use this by adding a dot or period before the class name. If you look in the HTML, you can see we've already added classes to the page. For example, we have this container class, this recipe card class, and this recipe content class. These are just HTML attributes like any other. I'm going to target this recipe card class in our CSS and give it a width of 400 pixels. And we can see that change here. It's time for your next challenge. I'd like you to add the text align and background properties to this rule set. Do you remember how we separate declarations? Then I'd like you to create a new rule for the recipe content class and give it a text align of left. Pause the screencast to make those changes and then press play when you're done, and we'll go through the code together. Okay, so let's add in our new styles like so. We need to use a semicolon to separate our declarations. Now we're going to add a new rule for the recipe content class. And we're going to give this a text align of left. Here we're overriding the text align property that we previously set on the recipe card, which is itself a parent element. But we'll learn a little more about that later. Let's have a look at these changes. You're not limited to one class per element. If we look in the HTML here, we can see that our recipe card also has a class of feature. If you add more than one class to an element, you must separate each with a space. Now it's time to look at ID selectors. Here we have an ID of container on our div element. If we want to target this in our CSS, we simply add a hash and then the name of the ID. Here we'll set a border so we can see the style in play. And you can see it's added a border to the container which wraps all of our content. Unlike a class, an ID must be unique, and each element may only have one ID. We tend to reserve IDs for targeting elements in the JavaScript. It's still advised to use IDs for styling, so let's remove this rule from our style sheet. Now we're going to look at different ways we can use selectors in combination. I realise at this point we've covered a lot of ground, so don't worry if this all feels very unfamiliar. As you become more confident with CSS, this knowledge will become second nature. But for now, it's just good for you to know that these various selectors exist. Okay, the first way we can use selectors in combination is by grouping selectors. Here we're going to apply a text style of uppercase to the link element and our H2 elements. And if we look in our design, we can see our H2 elements here and our link here. When we group selectors, we separate each selector in our grouping with a comma. And we can see our styles have been applied. We can also chain selectors. Remember in our HTML, we saw that our recipe card had a second class of feature, but we can use this to our advantage. I'm now going to add a style for all recipe cards which also contain the class of feature by chaining these classes together. And this style here, with two class names, with no space between them, applies to all elements which have both a class of recipe card and a class of feature. And if we save this, we can see that it has wrapped around our recipe card. I'm going to change this color to dark red for now. We can also use a descendant combinator to style our pages. If we go to our HTML, we can see some elements sit inside of others. For example, the image here sits inside a div with a class of recipe card, which itself sits inside another div with a class of container. Let's look at how we target descendants in CSS. You can see in this rule here that we're targeting both H2 and A elements and setting their text to be uppercase, when in fact we only want to target headings and links which sit inside the recipe card container, or the div with a class of recipe card. If we add recipe card to the beginning of both selectors, like so, it will select only links and H2s that are inside or descendants of an element with a class of recipe card. In this way, we can limit the scope of our rules from affecting other elements on the page. I have a final challenge for you. I want you to add a font size of 16 pixels to all H2s which are descendant of both a UL and an LI element. Then I want you to add some more styles to our recipe card links, and I've outlined these here. I want you to change the background color, add a text color, and remove the underline. You may need to do a little Googling to find out how you achieve this last one. Pause the screencast, and I'll give you a moment to complete the challenge. Okay, hopefully you were able to work through those without much difficulty. You'll need to use the descendant selector for the H2 element like so. Then you'll need to add a new rule for the link, because we don't want to affect the H2 element which we selected with this group selector here. We're going to update the background color, the text color. Here I'm using the hex value for white, and remove the underline. You do this by setting the text decoration property. And we can see we now have a slightly off-white background, and we have removed the text decoration and added a background color for our link. If you've been having any difficulty getting the right syntax for these challenges, you can use the built-in code completion in the editor. And don't be scared to look at the documentation or search for things. There are so many CSS properties, with more being added to the specification, so you're not expected to commit more to memory. Okay, that's it. All our styles are done, and our page is updated. You can see how with relatively few lines of CSS, we've made the content much easier to read and understand. You might have noticed that even though we haven't added any margins or paddings explicitly, there are some gaps between our elements. For example, our headings and our list items. This is because certain HTML elements have default padding and margin built in. We'll learn about how to override these styles in a later lesson. But first, we're going to take a quick look at where we place our CSS. At the moment, you can see that all our CSS is placed in a separate file with an extension of .css. This is referenced to our HTML page with a link tag inside our head, like so. We call this external CSS, and it's the most common method of adding CSS to HTML, but it's not the only one. We can also add our CSS internally by placing the same styles inside a style tag contained in the HTML head. Here I've opened and closed my style block. I'm going to take some of these styles and cut them from my external style sheet, then paste them into my internal style block. If we save this, we can see that the design is unchanged. This is because our page is taking styles from both the external and the internal style sheet and applying them. The disadvantage of this approach is that these styles only apply to the page they're on. It means if we're sharing styles between pages, we need to update them in multiple locations. The final way of adding CSS to a page is by writing inline CSS. We add styles directly to our HTML via a style attribute. Let's add some styles to our container. Since we're attaching styles, we can omit the selector and just add a list of decorations. So let's add another decoration here. And you can see both of those styles have applied to our page. It's not recommended to write CSS this way, so I'm going to remove it. And that's because you can't take advantage of grouping selectors, so you need to write styles out for each element. It can also become very difficult to maintain when styles need to be updated. Finally, styles written inline override any styles set in external and internal style sheets, which can cause unexpected results. The algorithm that browsers use to combine property values from different sources to determine which style wins is called the cascade, and that's what we'll be taking a look at next.
The cascade. Okay. Well, that's kind of cool. Alright. Okay, but let's go to this, do this assignment. Okay. README. This exercise consists of a series of CSS-related tasks intended to complement the HTML and CSS content on the Odin project. This should only be completed when instructed during the course of the curriculum. When doing this exercise, please use all the documentation and resources you need to accomplish them. You are not intended to have any of this stuff memorized at this point. Check the docs, go to Google, do what you need to do besides checking the solutions to get them done. We encourage you to practice your Git skills by committing your changes, pushing them to your own fork. However, please do not open a pull request to have your solution merged into this report or to show your solution. If we were to merge your changes, the exercise would no longer be available as intended for new learners. And opening a PR only causes additional... Okay, yeah, I mean... Alright, if you are suggesting to improve exercises, please feel free to contribute. How do you use these exercises? Fork and clone this repository to learn how to fork. See GitHub copy your repository as your machine called clones. If you need help cloning, go to exercise directory and open the HTML file in a web browser. Okay, sure, let's fork this repo first. Wait. Okay. Oh, I never saved this one. Wait, did I? Yeah, I did. Okay, I need to clone this repo. Told me to go into CSS exercises. I mean, okay, so once cloned, go to the go to the exercise directory. I'm guessing this is the exercise directory. And open the HTML file in your browser. Where is it? No, it's not here. There's no exercises. Go to an exercise. Okay, never mind. Okay. Each exercise, read the README through before starting any work. Each README has a self-checklist. Use this to ensure you haven't missed any important details in your implementation. Make your edits in the index HTML or use CSS in order to make the output of your browser look like the desired outcome image. You may only need to make edits in one of these files. Once you've successfully finished an exercise, check top solution to compare it to yours. You should not be checking your solution for an exercise until you finish it. If your solution differs widely from top solution, do feel free to ask about it in our Discord. Do not submit it to the repo. Okay. You should only be using type selectors for this exercise when adding styles via the external and internal methods. You should also use keywords for colors, blue instead of using RGB or hex values. Blue. Okay, so there are 3 elements for you to add styles to, each of which uses a different method of adding CSS to it, as noted in the outcome image below. Okay. Can't see it beyond the binary. So, close. Hmm? Mm-hmm. Right, undo. Undo. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, these are the solutions. Okay, style.css. It was a something. We need div, p, and button. Okay, well, only div for this one. Okay. And in the div, we wanted to what? Let's have a look. A red background, white text. Okay. Background red. Color. Text color white. Shift tab, Shift tab, Shift tab, tab, Shift tab. A font size of 32, center aligned and bold. I think that's right. Font weight. Center aligned and bold. A line? Is that all I need? I'm not sure. It isn't. Text align. Could be. Okay, text align. Yeah. And what was the last requirement? And bold. Did I not just do bold? I did bold. I should add it here as a new style attribute or link attribute. Rel spread no style sheet href style dot css close tag. I think if I write that, go back to style css, write this, back, go back, do a explorer.exe index.html. I would like to be styled with the internal method, please. Sure thing. Enter. Internal method means adding a new line with the style tag and a closing style tag, I think. And then putting your CSS here. And I need the README just on the side, so Control W. Split window horizontally or vertically. I want to split it horizontally. Where's the horizontal split? Guess it's just S. Okay. Okay. A green background. Okay. A font size of 18 pixels, white text. And font size of 18 pixels. And that's it. And then I just write that, refresh the page. Button, an orange background, and a font size of 18. Okay. Is this bracketed? I forgot. It's colons. It's just colons. and orange semicolon it's good. Okay, and enter. Let us go back to solutions.css. Actually, okay, and then write P. Is this the same? Yeah, index.html. Okay, P style. Green. Background color. How does it make a difference? Let's see that it made a difference. The thing is also, I haven't seen what the image actually looks like. I guess this is also in dark mode right now. Yeesh. Huh. I prefer the dark mode. Got to do all of those? Like, come on. Alright, fine. Yeah, so background again. Here could be background color. Font size 18px. Yeah, that seems fine. So this is fine. Index.html. But style.css. Style sheet solution.css. Shift backspace. Background red, right? Okay. Shift down. And shift across. Solution.css. Tab that to B. Background color again, size, align, font weight, bold. So yeah. Should I commit this? I'll commit it, just to keep track of it. Hmm. CIW. Quittle. No. Control Z. Git status. Git add. Git commit. Can I just... yeah, I can just close this, I guess. Okay. Am I happy with that? Okay. I'll give it a break. Come back to it. Okay. Now, let's go to some of our actual scheduler development. Okay. Thinking, how should we do this? I want to go to calendar. And just think about these. Okay, I want to watch one video. Calendar, date, FNs.
And let's get started. And let's get started making this dynamic. So I'm going to search for January 2022, and I want to start by making this the current month.
Yeah, same, to be honest. I want to start making that the current month as well.
So the date FNs library, if you haven't seen it, is an amazing library that's really part of what makes all of this possible without having to use kind of a calendar library. It gives us all sorts of functions, and this is exactly what we're going to be using today. So there is a start of today function that we can use to get today, and then we can just replace this with format from date FNs today, and we'll just use the current full month and the current full year. So there we go, May 2022.
Yeah. Doesn't work. Control N. Let's see. Space H. Alright. npm run dev. And then run it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't even do what I wanted to do here. Yeah. Getting started. Installation. Data fence is already added, maybe. Hmm. What is it today? Start of today. I'm not even mad. Start of today, I see. Okay.
And again, we're going to be using a lot of imports from here, but that's what the library import looks like. Okay, next, let's actually talk about how to get these days. So if we scroll down to where the React code, and right here, making this dynamic. So I'm going to search for January 2022, and I want to start by making this the current month. So the datefns library, if you haven't seen it, is an amazing library that's really part of what makes all of this possible without having to use kind of a calendar library. It gives us all sorts of functions, and this is exactly what we're going to be using today. So there is a start of today function that we can use to get today, and then we can just replace this with format from datefns today, and we'll just use the current full month and the current full year.
All right, I see. Well, datefns. Sure. It's better than before. Oops. Hey. Start of today. This is Neovim CMP. Neovim CMP. And VChat auto completion. I don't know. How do I go down? Nope. Nope. How do I even go down on this list? Oh, really? Oh, really? There's no CMP config, to be honest, I see.
等一下啊。马上就来了，你别叫好吗？
So there we go. Go, May 2022. And again, we're going to be using a lot of imports from here, but that's what the library import looks like. Okay, next, let's actually talk about how to get these days. So if we scroll down to where these are
Welcome back, folks, to our weekly Neovim plugin videos. In this video series, we are covering one Neovim plugin per week. So this week, we're going to be covering Neovim CMP. What does CMP stand for? Well, CMP stands for completion. Neovim CMP's CMP stands for completion. Neovim CMP is a completion plugin that helps you autocomplete code as you're typing it. So let's dive into his video here and demonstrate what exactly it's doing. So you can see here that as they're typing the code, let me make that bigger, there's a little table that appears, or a window that comes up that allows them to hit enter or tab to navigate through this window to complete the code for them. Now, Neovim CMP is an interesting plugin because it allows you to configure different sources. And by sources, I mean where is the content in this pop-up window coming from? It can be coming from words that are in your current buffer. It can be coming from the LSP. We're not going to be talking about LSP in this video, but it can also be coming from things like your command line or maybe snippets. So in this video, what we're going to do is we're going to show you how to install Neovim CMP using Packer. And we're also going to configure it in such a way where we have sources coming in from your current buffer. So any words that you have typed will be shown in that autocomplete pop-up window, and also snippets. So snippets is required for Neovim CMP to work. You have to have at least one snippet engine configured. Here we go. Configurations. So CMP setup, there's complete or Neovim CMP looks like. We'll just do it right here in init.lua. So as I'm typing, you can see here that there's an autocomplete window that pops up. Now this is really nifty. Remember we were talking about those sources while we were configuring the plugin? The source is going to appear here on the right. So this is telling us that this option that we can choose is coming from the snippet source, or in our case, vsnip and friendly snippets. So all of these options are available for me to choose. So let's go ahead and just hit arrow key here, and I'll choose date. So that'll, Vim snippets will automatically put the date in there for me. One of our other sources was the buffer itself. So any words that are included in this buffer will be an option for us. So buff right post will be an option. So let's go ahead and type that. And you can see here it appears as an option. And the source is text. And that means that it's coming from the buffer. All right. And another thing that we looked at was search functionality. So type / there to search. And as I'm typing, you can see here that the autocomplete window pops up and all of my options come up as well. And the source is text, which means it's coming from the buffer. Very cool. All right, so let's also look at command line mode. So I'm going to go into command line mode, hit colon there, and then type, how about telescope? Telescope, there it is. Variable means that it's coming from some other source, that the command line source. Cool. So I can go ahead and hit telescope and it'll run telescope. Awesome. So that is Neovim CMP. It's a very nifty plugin that you can also pair very well with some other plugins.
Alihan. Yo, 8 hours of streaming? Okay. Oh my, oh my god, right? Yep. Still goes. What is this? This is me trying to figure out how to do a very peculiar, specific thing in Neovim. Right now, like, let me show you an example. If, for example, I want to show extra information, and it doesn't show up because, yeah, probably don't need this. Okay, hold on. Let's just do it like this. I hate web, but this is impressive. Well, yeah, the issue is that I'm having is I'm trying to navigate through this window that pops up right now. So this pop-up window is not scrollable, right? If I scroll, it doesn't work. But there's some key binding that I'm trying to find online that allows me to scroll this particular window, this specific window right here. And yep, just can't figure it out right now. Just can't figure it out. Like, I figured out how to, because I'm still learning Neovim. Format, say like I'm trying to type in format right now. And it comes up with these options. For a second, I didn't know how, like, you can't go up and down on the keyboard to actually go there, but you have to click tab and shift tab. Alright, shift tab and tab to actually navigate through these. Whoops, yeah, but yeah, I don't know what to do. You use Genesis and Vim. Let's have a look. I am not familiar. Would this be it? Genesis and Vim. I see. It's like NV Chad equivalent. Nice. Nice. Nice, nice. Very good. When did you start using Genesis and Vim? Very nice. 2 weeks ago. Epic. Was it from a particular person that got you interested in this, or was it just you searching around the web yourself? Yeah, from YouTube. Fair enough. Month, and year, I think. Oh, wow. I can make only ugly calculator in HTML and CSS. That's skill issue, huh? No, I'm kidding. Just gotta it's really, I didn't make this, you know, like I've just been copying other people's stuff. So it's not even a skill issue. I feel like you could do this as well if you really wanted to, that is. Exactly. Programming is copying right code into right place. That's all it is. What's happening here? Alright. Let's go up. Okay. Can you center a div? I know a few ways. I know a few ways. I don't remember them all. But it's actually like, if you asked me this question a week ago, I actually wouldn't know. Use a flexbox and then center a line, both the horizontal and vertical. Mind you, I don't know what a flexbox is fully yet. But, you know, when I get there with the Odin project, I will. Okay. Can't figure it out, just gonna close all the tabs and continue back with what I actually need to do.
Rendered, we'll see we're mapping over an array of days, and then we render a button and the actual day for each one. And so these days, the data structure that is just copy and pasted from Tailwind UI looks like this. This array kind of has a date key and then other keys for other properties, but we just need the actual days. So we're going to use this really handy method called each day of interval from datefns. This takes in a start date and an end date. And for now, let's just get the beginning of the month to the end of the current month based on today here. So the start date will be start of month.
You're the Asian who does everything the best? You bet I do. I hope I do. Fact of the matter is, you know, learn from the best, become the best.
Of today, and the end date will be end of month of today. And this will be our new days right here. Now let's just go ahead and log.
Interesting. Okay. Usually pretty good. Return the start of a month for the given date. Return the start of a month for the given date. The result will be the local time zone. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. End of month. Yep. One argument's got 0 to the all of this. Start of day today, is it? Has to be, I think. Let me go
Log
back on
out
this.
new days and today, and the end date will be end of month.
How do you even manage to learn English with my Russian accent? I sound like I've never studied English. Oh man. Well, here's the thing. I got lucky because I'm a native English speaker, and I mean, my Chinese is okay. I can speak enough of it, but if you were to speak to me in Chinese and you were fluent in Chinese, I'd be the equivalent of a 3-year-old speaking. Day of interval. Days of month. Each day of interval. Alright, I get it. I get it. Alright. You like Greek, Russian, Kazakh, English, Spanish, Latin, Arabic. Man. They're different, eh? English is hard and easy at the same time. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. And which part of it is that hard or that easy? The grammar could be hard, I think, maybe. Sentence structure, maybe easier. Why am I wearing a jacket in summer? Actually, no, it's winter. It is very cold here. I see. All makes sense so far. Days of month, declared never used. Okay. Now that's fine, but where can I plop that? Alright, I'll figure this out later. I'll go to dinner now, so catch you in a bit. Probably 30 minutes, we'll see. continue. Let's see.
Of today. And this will be our new days right here. Now let's just go ahead and log out new days and take a look. And we'll see here we
Logging out new days. All right, yeah, fair. Actually, I might do the same. Not bad. Question becomes, so calendar header. I want to take this step by step. And it's all very one big clump, which I don't like. So I'm going to just finish watching that video first, I think.
have an array of date objects for May 2022. Now let's come over to where we're mapping our days, and let's change this to new days. So we're going to get some errors because our data format is different, but let's comment all these kind of conditional class names. Let's just pass in day.toString for the key, and then for the actual day, we can use format of the day, and we'll just get the current day. So right here, we're rendering 31 days of May. Now, if we look at this attribute, this was also a formatted string, so we can format our day with YYYYMMDD. And if we come over here and inspect one of these, we should see it now has the right date time attribute. Okay, so we're rendering our days, but you'll notice that the calendar starts on Monday. And in my case, I just want it to start on Sunday. So we can change that right here. This is one of the things I love most about working just with Tailwind and, low-level utility libraries like DataFNs. I have complete control over this UI. So we want this calendar to start on Sunday, and now we have it. And it turns out that May 1st is on a Sunday. So this is not dynamic yet. It happens to line up. Let's wait until we run into a bug to actually fix that part. But this is looking pretty good now. And if we wanted to fill in the rest of this week here, we can just come to our end key of our interval. And right now, this is the 31st. Let's go ahead and bring that to the end of the week with end of week. And this is another import. And look at that. We got all of the week filled using these days from June. Okay, now let's come and look at the conditional styling. The Tailwind folks did all this work to have all these different cases handled, but we don't have these properties. We can replace them with dateFNs. So I'm going to grab all of the day is today, and we're going to replace this with is today day. Look at that. We've got our indigo showing us today. Instead of indigo, let's make this red 500. Looks pretty good. Now, what about is current month? Let's grab all of these and replace it with is same month. Another super handy function from dateFNs. We're going to compare the day to today. Look at that. We've got all of the current month as gray 900, and then June here is showing as gray 400. Okay, and last, to show a selected state, because these are buttons, and so the idea is you can click on them to see the meetings for the selected day. Let's come up to our component, and let's add a selected day, set selected day, which is just going to be some React state. We can actually seed this with today, so when you start, the selected day is today. And then down here, to check if the day is selected, we're actually going to use an isEqual function from dateFNs, and we're going to compare the day that we're looping over right now with the selected day in React state. And this makes sure to just compare the date and time of these things rather than using object identity with triple equals. This is a little bit safer to use. And now we can see that today is getting the style treatment for the selected day. So this is pretty neat. If you've never used this library before, you know, these kind of helper functions, they follow a really consistent naming scheme. So once you spend just a little bit of time with this, you start being able to guess all these APIs. And I was pretty blown away when I did this in my own app, just how easy it was to make it all dynamic, but we're not done yet. Okay, next, let's make it so we can click on this and actually update the selected day. So this is going to be an on click. Let's go ahead and set the selected day to the day that we're looping over. And now we should be able to select different days. Pretty cool. All the styling treatment from Tailwind UI is coming over, and this is looking really nice. Okay, May is looking good. Let's go ahead and implement these next and previous month buttons. And these are right here. And we'll start with this one for next month. So let's say on click equals next month. Let's come up and we'll write a function next month. And this needs to toggle some state as well. So right now we're just showing the month of today.
Razo Beckett. Is that right? Nice keyboard. Thank you. Thank you. It's a Glove 80. Ali Han, yes, I'm back.
Okay, but we actually want to be able to toggle that. Let's just say what the current month is. There's going to be some React state, set current month. And the data format for this Let's use something like May 2022. This is really all we need to know to put us in May 2022. And if it's a simple string, maybe we could put it in the URL or do something like that. So this seems like a reasonable way to store the current month for now. And so I'm actually going to format today, and we'll pass in MMM-YYYY. Let's go ahead and log the current month. Take a look in the console, and there we see May 2022. So that's a nice little key for the current month. And now here we want to increment that to the next month. So we can parse the current month, which is going to come from datefns. Take the current month, and we'll pass it the format of MMM-YYYY. Then we'll give this a new date object. This is going to give us the first day of the current month, which we can then call add on to add months 1. So this is another super handy.
Razo Beckett, what am I building? Well, it's a good question. It's a very good question. I'm building this scheduler app right now and just trying to learn about datefns a little better. But basically, the idea is we will be able to add tasks, right? We can add some random task, and then those tasks can automatically be populated as like an event on a calendar. Not that you can't do this already with like other tools like Motion, but I just want to, I guess, build something better that is also open source. So yeah, that's the motive.
The method from datefns lets us do interval math on dates, but this is going to be enough to give us the first day of the next month. And now we can just call set current month to this same format function up here. We'll just pass in the next month's date. So if we come over and hit next, we don't actually see anything. But if we look, we will see that our current month is being updated. So now we really want to derive the name of the month and all the days of the month from the current date. We are doing it from today. So let's start with the actual month title. Instead of today, we want to use the first day of the current month. That's right here. Let's go ahead and move this out. Right here, it's just going to be a new property derived from this state. And if we throw this right here, now we've got that showing. Let's use the full name of the month, and boom, just like that. Okay, now how about these dates? Instead of always showing May, let's start with the first day of the current month, which means we actually don't even need the start of month here anymore. And then let's go ahead and grab the end of month based on that first day. So now if we click next, we're seeing some new days being rendered. But now they're out of sync. This is when we can actually come and make their placement dynamic. So if we refresh and start on May, we'll see that June 1st is on a Wednesday. So if we come here, June 1st should actually be rendering right here. Let's come down to where we're rendering our days, and we'll see that they're being rendered in a grid with column 7. Well, Tailwind actually has a call start set of utility classes that we can use to push these further along based on when they're starting. So we can see here when we're iterating over the days, we get the index. We could add a conditional class that says if the index is 0, so if we're rendering the first day, well, then we can add something like a call start 4. And check that out, that's going to push it right to Wednesday, which is pretty cool. But we don't always want it to start on Wednesday. We need to calculate this. Fortunately, datefns has our back here. There is a getDay function, which takes in a date. So we'll pass in the day we're looping over. And this is going to return a number 0 through 6 corresponding to the day of the week on which this day falls. So now if we come down to the bottom, let's define a new variable called start classes. And if the day falls on Sunday, we don't need anything. But if it starts on Monday, we want it to start in the second column. That's Monday. So Tuesday would be 3, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So now if we come back to get day, we should just be able to pass this index in to our new call start classes array. And check that out. We've got June 1st on Wednesday. There we see July 1st should be on Friday, and that's working great. So that's another pretty handy function. Let's go ahead and refresh. We see we still have some styling issues. I think right now we're checking a lot of this against the selected day, but we really want to look at the first day of the month. So the text white is based on the selected day, and so is the red. But the text being gray 900 is currently looking at today to see if it's in the same month. Really, this should be the first day of the current month. And same with this check against today. And let's take a look at June. Now it looks like we're getting the correct rendering. The days in the current month are black and the next month are gray. So this is pretty cool. Let's go ahead and get the previous button working. We'll grab this, make this previous month. And this is going to be this function right here. And all we're going to have to do is we can just add -1 months. And check that out. Now we can go back and forward. Pretty neat. Let's make a few more changes here. We see the border is being added. Let's go ahead and delete that. Kind of looks nice without it. And then you'll remember at the beginning, we added the extra days to the end of the week right up here with our each day of interval. If we go ahead and delete that, now we just see the days in the current month, which is also pretty nice, pretty clean look. But I just love how easy this is to change. You know, we can add those back just like this. And we could even add start of week to this first day and fill in the days from the previous month. So look, just once you kind of get used to this library, it's super easy to customize. And yeah, this is looking really good. Okay, last thing I want to do is wire up these events so that they actually show for the day that they are in. And right now it's just kind of static right here. So let's take a look at our data. We see we have kind of a start and a start date time. We should be able to derive everything from the date time. So I'll go ahead and save that. Let's go ahead and get rid of these old days. And I'm just going to rename these to days, since that's what we're using now. And let's look for meetings. And now let's actually update this to be dynamic. So we're just working with start date time, which is this string. DataFens has a parse ISO function. And this is a standard ISO formatted string. So we should be able to just parse this into a new date. And then we can format it with the hour and the minute. And let's throw in the AM and PM right there. 1 p.m. We'll do the same for the end time. Let's copy this. And we'll use end date time. And there we go. Now this is getting a little messy. Usually for lists like this, I like to come down and just define a new meeting component. This is going to take in a meeting, and it's going to return all this code right here. And then we're going to render meeting, passing in the meeting. So now we have this component right here. We can actually move this code that parses the start date time into a start date time. Same with end date time. And now we can just pass that into format, start date time, and end date time. Okay, so we have our little meeting component. Let's go ahead and give this a key of meeting.id. And now let's make the rest of this actually dynamic. So we already have a selected day piece of React state. Let's go ahead and render this using format, selected day, and this is going to be the month, the day, and the year. All right, May 11th, May 12th, Pretty easy. We can also update this property using format YYYY MMDD so that that attribute is correct. We see it updating right there. And now we want to filter these meetings based on whether they're in the current day. So for each meeting, we're going to use isSameDay to check if the meeting's start date time is in the same day as the selected day. Now this is a string, so we're going to go ahead and parse ISO this. And I actually made a little mistake down here. We don't need to give this a new date. Parse ISO does that for us. Okay, so we don't see our meeting anymore. Let's come take a look. It's currently in January. Let's go ahead and put it on May 21st. And there we go. We see it show up for the 21st, and that's pretty cool. Now we could go ahead, pull this out into a variable, call it selected day meetings. Selected day meetings. And if selected day meetings dot length is greater than 0, then we'll render this. Otherwise, no meetings for today. Pretty cool. All right, finally, let's add a little blue dot to a day if there are meetings on it. So back up here where we're iterating over all of our days, I just want to come right here and do something like width 1, height 1, background, sky 500, rounded full. And let's go ahead and center this and add margin top of 1. We'll just use that to indicate if a day has meetings. So we can write something similar. We'll check our meetings array and call .sum. This will return true if for some meeting, the meeting is on the same day as the day we're iterating over. So meeting.startDateTime and the current day. And again, we'll go ahead and use parse ISO. So if this is true, let's go ahead and render this dot. Look at that. We see a meeting on the 21st. This is cool, but it's adding some height to the row. So let's wrap this in a div with width 1, height 1. We can put the MX auto here and the margin top. And then we can take these off of the dot itself. So now we've got our dot. Let's go ahead and drop this padding just a little bit. And then I'll just come up here, paste a few more meetings in, and check it out. Pretty cool. Dots are showing up on the days with meetings. Everything's working. Again, if we wanted to change this, we could get rid of start a week here. I have a little bit of a cleaner UI. And I just love how this came together. In my project, I kind of extended it even further on another project I was working and started animating these things. I'm also working on tying the slug of the current month or the selected day to the URL so you can link to a month or a day, see your meetings, all that good stuff. And we just used a few low-level libraries to achieve this. So I personally felt this was a really successful little spiking session for me over the weekend. Again, this library becomes very intuitive once you start using it. And if you've never used DateFNs before, definitely check it out. I'll put a link to the documentation page in the description. I'll also link to Tailwind UI so you can check.
Very epic. Very, very epic. Yeah, this guy's pretty fluent. This guy's pretty fluent in his work. Okay, I might just try and do something with this 12 a.m., 1 a.m., 2 a.m. We'll see. Just traversing the tree. Man. I should be able to do all this with I will find it on data fence. So each hour of interval. Okay. Each hour of interval today. No. Each hour of interval takes arguments. Each hour of interval options. An interval is interval date. Example, each hour of interval start end. Okay. We'll see. Each hour of interval. Start. Start of today. Today. End of today. Today. And space. Nope. Space. Yep. Expected 0 arguments but got 1. Start of today. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it really doesn't matter. Okay, cannot redeclare block scoped variables. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Each hour of interval. Just want to see what that looks like. Alright, so 12 a.m. to 11 p.m. But before I format, should be a way. Forgot exactly how to do this in JavaScript. Just trying to think if it's a good idea. For each. No, not reduce. Sum. For each might just be the way. Anonymous function. Value, I guess. Maybe for each hour. Map. Yeah, it's actually map. Ah, okay. A or A. A. Yeah. Hmm. 12 a.m. No spaces really. Okay. Sibin Yasudis. Yasudis. Yes, I'm building a scheduler. Let's see. Oops. I probably won't need days of month. Each hour of interval. Okay, let's go to the nearest 12 a.m. Oosh. Okay. Let me think. Why do these have to be divs inside a div? It's alright. Let's go see.
And throw this right here. Conditional class. Okay, we're looping over.
I should just call these hours. maybe hours. Hour index. Technically it never changes, so it doesn't matter. Hey yo. Just gotta return a Shift V, yank. Ooh, undo. Shift V. What is happening here? Just have one parent element. Mm-hmm. Container offset does it. What's the plan? Does it, how far does it go? Okay. Hmm. Yeah, that's fine. That was pretty good. Okay. Here's another one. Yeah, I need to replace all of this. What's the arrow function again? Isn't that it? It is. It's interesting. Days of week. Okay. Day of week, E. 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 Okay, I'll be done soon. Just gotta figure out this last bit for the axis.
You just be able to pass.
$3.18. it's because of this. I know I'm doing a ternary operator here, but huh? What the heck? What in the world? Yeah. What in the world? I'm trying to hold in a cough. This has to be gotten rid of. Alright, CN. How do we even use it? Right? It's this followed by this. Wow. Alright. Wait, how do you do a ternary operator? I did it the other way around. I'm so dumb. Oh my god. That looks off. Is that right? Darn, that looks off. CIW. Okay. Control. Why is that? Why is it the way it is? What's the difference here? Alright, what do I do? Baseline. Fuck. That was also baseline. Huh. So I never overlook stuff. What was it even? Baseline? Oh my god. Flex items baseline. Man, I wish I knew which div, or it's probably just this one. String day. It's probably on the other one as well. Hour. Yeah. I don't know. What's this? Did I see something? I don't know. Hours? What's hours being done? Desktop view. Yeah. I mean, mm-hmm.
this index in to our new call start classes array. And check that out. We've got June 1st on Wednesday. There we see July 1st should be on Friday, and that's working great. So that's another pretty handy function. Let's go ahead and refresh. We see we still have some styling issues. I think right now we're checking a lot of this against the selected day, but we really want to look at the first day of the month. So the text white is based on the selected day, and so is the red. But the text being gray 900 is currently looking at today to see if it's in the same month. Really, this should be the first day of the current month. And same with this check against today. And let's take a look at June. Now it looks like we're getting the correct rendering.
Alright, calling it a day, guys. Good night.